Hello, hello. Oh, that was probably too loud. Hello. We're trying to make sure that the music can be heard, um, and also me at the same time. Hi, alpaca. Sorry, I was in a call up until like just now, so I'm a little frazzled. Okay, good, nice. Um, all right, all right, all right. Cool, cool. Excellent. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for 22 months. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Welcome back. How have you been? I don't have anything prepared, so we're gonna draw for a little bit. We're just gonna chill. I'm so not prepared for this whole thing because I was working up until like 10 minutes ago. So, let me get situated. We're gonna draw for a little bit and then, I will get stuff together. So close to graduating. I'm so excited for you. I think 4 months away from your boba. Oh, nice. Yeah, I really need to, yes, I know I closed a dockable window. I understand. Make sure I have enough icons. Thank you, Asuda, and thank you for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. What brush shall I use today? Let's see. What shall I draw as a warm-up? It is the end of the week. Let us all enjoy the fact that it is Friday, the fact that the holidays is just around the corner, and I am going to sleep. Oh my god, am I going to sleep? The idea of not having to wake up to an alarm is oh so exciting. Everything been okay on your end? Yeah, things have been busy but kind of settled down a bit. Well, this week was particularly stressful, but I managed to get through it, and now I am here with all of you, having survived another week. Gary is not here, but I will pass on his, or your kind salutations to him. Peach is sleeping, however. She is resting peacefully. Hey, Kawaii. Hey, sir. Enjoying the fact that I'm done with classes, just need some internship hours and now to graduate. Nice. You're so close, you're almost there. Just gotta pull through. Mason. How have I been? I've been good. A little tired. Been micromanaging my sleep a lot recently because I've had to, you know, get up early or had to stay up late to finish something and then wake up like 4 hours later. So a lot of micromanaging my sleep, but you know, it's for work, so. I took a nap like around 5, so I am awake. Oranges or apples? I like apples. I recently discovered that I really like Pink Lady apples. I never really had a preference before, but I think I really enjoy Pink Lady apples. I started putting them in my salads. It's really tasty. If you haven't ever tried putting apples and like strawberry balsamic vinegar in a salad with cucumbers and tomatoes and red onions, it's so good. It's so nice and refreshing. I'm starting to really like having apples in things now. Any plans for the upcoming holidays? I am not going home for the holidays, so if I do stream, it'll be Pacific Coast Standard Time still. And no plans really. Might see some people. I know that my partner and I will probably be going to see some people for Christmas Day, but otherwise, not really a ton of plans. Trying to relax for a little bit. I still got some work stuff I have to keep an eye on, but otherwise I'm just going to be at home spending time with Peach and taking care of the cats because I think my roommate's going to be heading home, so. Tangerines are good. I like the cuties. Cuties are very tasty. Of course. Oh, nice. What kind of car did you get? Somehow I don't really peg Tojo as the Tesla type. I can see him getting an electric car, though. That's a good brand, though. Both my parents and a couple people I know own... No, actually, I think my parents have a Toyota. But a couple of my friends have Hondas, and they've had them for ages. I wish your car will have a long-lasting life. I've only really played Persona 5. And I was in the middle of playing Royale. So I don't really play a ton of Atlas games. Oh, I played Scramble, which was pretty fun. I didn't finish it, though. And I played Persona 5 Q2, which was also fun. Didn't finish that one either. So I've picked up a lot of Atlas games specifically centered around Persona 5, but not a ton of other stuff. Really? I did not know that that actually changed in Royale, so I'll have to make sure I pay attention to that. Not necessarily checked out. I started playing Sable. I had to stop though because it gave me motion sickness, but it's a very interesting game. I wish I could play it without feeling nauseous. I recently actually finished Death's Door, so that's a fantastic game. If anyone wants like a really cute little Metroidvania type game-esque, I don't know. It's kind of like Hollow Knight, but like isometric. Is it isometric? I think so. No, is it? No, it's not isometric. It's top down though. It is a very cute little action game. Hey Luna! Welcome, welcome. What am I drawing? I am just doodling for warm up. I just got off work and I was doing a lot of meetings and documentation, so I wasn't really drawing today. Today might not be the best art day, but that is a-okay. Whoops, forgot that my thing was on for my lasso tool. It is fun until you have like 15 million different documents and someone asks you to find that one document you saw like 4 months ago that no one's really referenced or talked about, and you look at it and you're like, oh shit, this is really outdated, and then you have to like update things or tell people like, hey, this is outdated, don't listen to it, and this is fine. And then you're like, hey everyone, we need to have a more updated document, and then everyone's like, okay, well, who's gonna write it? It's like, well, I don't know. Are you allowed to doodle in your meetings? I mean, as long as I'm not sharing my screen, sure. If I'm just talking, like, no one really cares what you're doing at the same time. You have tips on comic book shading if you have any experience with it? I don't really have much experience with graphic novel comic book techniques. But I'm sure if you look up, like, colorists, they might have advice on it. From what I know, it's mostly cell shading, gradients, a little bit of painting, but not so much that you have to spend a ton of time on each panel, and a lot of post-processing, like color correction and stuff like that. I think you might be interested in going into being a producer, Tojo. Because that's a lot of what it is. It's talking to clients, writing up documents, making sure everything's updated, spreadsheets, scheduling, coordinating tasks, strike teams, like all that kind of stuff. Hey, Solomon. Hey, Alden. Or Alda Nevermore? Sorry, I read that N. What kind of ambient music should we listen to? Should we have, some cafe, some rain? Just to fill in the blank spaces. Let's do a little bit of a coffee shop. And some rain. Let's just do rain. see, I kind of want a different rain sound. There you go. A thunderstorm? It's a comforting sound, I think. Sometimes my roommate and I will put on a Yule log, which is like that fire crackling thing, and we'll just put that on the TV because we don't have like a fireplace. So we'll put that on in case we want to feel warmer. On top of the heater, of course. Usually those times we'd make hot chocolate and we'd both sit on the couch, turn off all the lights, and pretend we're next to the fireplace. Hey Neil, how are you? I'm doing alright. How's Peach been? Peach has been doing good. She's currently being a slug. That's what we call it when she tucks all of her peats in her tail underneath her little tubular body and looks like she doesn't have any limbs. So she's being a little slug. Which is very cute always. Peach is a cat, yes. I prefer non-display tablets because my eyes kind of react pretty poorly to looking at a screen, like a display tablet, plus neck muscles and stuff like that. I've always drawn with non-display tablets and I find them very comfortable. However, I've heard people really like them and it makes a big difference in their workflow, and I'd be, totally down to keep trying display tablets in the future. But for now, I'm a non-display tablet kind of person. Does Peach ever make biscuits? Sort of. She's a very interesting cat in that she doesn't do a ton of cat habits. She doesn't like sleeping under the covers. She makes biscuits once in a while, but not always. She usually just sits in her normal places. She has designated spots But she does like sitting in boxes. Any tips on how to make poses less stiff and artificial? Yeah, gesture. I recommend doing a lot more, quick gesture drawings. I recommend doing a lot more life drawing and just kind of seeing how different poses look when they are tensed or manufactured versus when they are casual. Drawing from life, like going outside and drawing people like that are walking around, or just kind of observing people when you're outside is a good practice as well. There are small things that you can do to make someone look more relaxed. Drop the shoulders. Hands and arms have a very specific way of feeling relaxed. They kind of bend and curve in certain ways. People tend to slouch a little bit. Their neck tends to fall forward, especially if they're, more of a modern person with not so great posture and etiquette. Small things and small details which help add a sense of weight and gravity and kind of a lack of tension when a character is posed. Those things you pick up when you do a lot of observation. You are familiar with like how people look in different situations and different atmospheres. So gesture drawing and life drawing, both I would recommend. And was getting used to a pen tablet easier? Did it take you a lot of time? I learned how to draw digitally with a pen tablet, so for me, it did take a lot of time, mainly because I was still learning how to use it. I'd say it is a bit of an adjustment because, you're drawing kind of by not looking at the paper. But to me now, after, a really long time, I kind of don't think about it much anymore. I will say I do use an iPad occasionally to draw, and it does feel very different to be able to see what I'm drawing. Not to the point, though, where I would make the switch. Did I watch Arcane? Yes, I did. I'm sure Caitlin will get her moment in the upcoming seasons. I thought it was fun. I don't really know much about League of Legends lore. I thought on a technical level it was very well made. And I think it did a good job of bringing a lot more context to lore that didn't really have much of an appeal to a wider audience. It was very much sort of, if you want to know, it's there, but they're not very well expanded up until recent games and recent expansions into, other IPs. But I think Arcane did a really good job of summing up a lot of that underappreciated aspects of the lore of League of Legends. And, you know, I think a lot of people like the world of League, but just didn't really have an avenue to kind of express that to other people. And I think Arcane did a good job. I don't really care about League very much as an IP. I don't play their games, but I can respect what it has done for people who do like the game. It brings their characters to life and gives them new designs. I definitely like their designs in Arcane more than I do their in-game designs, so it was pretty cool. I thought Vi had the best kind of design upgrade. Jinx was also really nice. I don't care much for most of the other characters that like the champions, at least, like Jace. I liked Victor, but I know that that's not what his champion looks like, so it's a little hard to say. I thought his design was nice. It is a little more on the kind of like, this is definitely the before times for him. So I guess we'll see what his design looks like when he changes a little bit. I think my favorite design, honestly, a lot of my favorite characters visually were a lot of the side characters. Like, I love Jericho, the fishmonger, who gives the tip to Vi. I thought he was a fantastic design. I love the Bat Boy as part of the Firelights. Ooh, I do like Echo a lot. Echo's my favorite. He's been my favorite ever since I've known about League. Even though I don't play it, Echo's always been kind of my boy. So I'm very happy that he is around and here. I think his skateboard is cool. I'm a little sad that they changed his lore. That they retconned seconds in a way, because I thought his story when he was first introduced was really powerful. But regardless, I'm loving Echo content. He's probably my favorite champion. So it's alright. Oh yeah, I think someone probably asked for... Did I draw Echo? I think I kind of vaguely remember that. Yeah, love Echo. Oh yeah, it was a headshot. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. I was trying to remember if it was like a sketch or something. Yes, a headshot. I think it's okay to learn your fundamentals one at a time. I don't think you should rush to do anything in particular if you feel like you need more time working on something. I think it's good to try new things. Like if you've been studying one thing for a long time, it might be a good idea to just like take a break and try something else. But honestly, you will probably be revisiting the same topics over and over again, and just because you think you know have so much else to learn and that you should kind of be working faster, I don't think it necessarily means that you should be pushing yourself to learn a ton of stuff at once, right? Like just take your time, have fun with it. Like don't stop yourself from trying something if you think it's interesting. Like if you're really interested in trying painting, like just take a week, try and figure out some painting stuff, and then take another week to go back to what you were learning before with fundamentals, and then, you know, incorporate those two things and try to marry that in like a drawing that you do in your free time. I think a lot of people try to just learn skills, but they don't try to apply skills as they're learning. So if you're just drawing for yourself or drawing for fun, you can always try out these new things that you're learning, and incorporate that into your sort of practice sessions. Because I don't know, I think people put too big of a pressure on themselves to learn too many things at once, or even just, you know, try to box themselves into a schedule that isn't all that necessary. Oatmeal, some people probably might have not seen Arcane, so if you could not talk about story stuff, might be good. I'm just drawing. Haven't drawn all day today, so. Pose. How are you? No, I haven't played in a week or so. I think I just finished the first part of the expansion. Like 6.1 or something, because I hit a cutscene that was very long. So I assume I hit that, and then I am on to 6.2. 5 point... Wait, then I don't know. I don't know where I am then. Oh, 6 point... Oh, I see. I don't know where I'm at then. I'm somewhere... I'm somewhere in the MSQ, but very early on. It was like, set some time aside to watch this cutscene, and I'm like, okay. But it's the first one that happened. Just assume that I probably won't be done with MSQ for a very long time. Which kind of sucks because I wanted to see people at the endgame cities before everyone left, but I'm sure people are long gone now. Is Charlene where everyone's hanging out in? Hey, Hikari. That is actually wild. Charity commissions are commissions that I opened actually last December for a Malaria Consortium, which is an organization that helps distribute anti-malarial medications and vaccinations and all that stuff. So we did a fundraiser for it, and I am now completing all of the charity commissions that came in as a way to fund that fundraiser. And I'm still working on them because this year has been particularly busy for me, and everyone's been very patient. So I'm going to promptly get to that point where I'm working on them in a second. We are closer to the end than we were. Yes, I also watched the new Spider-Man movie. Let us not talk about it, though. Difficult to draw shoes from this perspective. Ah, yes. The place to go on your parents' card. Always go to KBBQ when your parents are paying. Yeah, we will put out a an announcement when the VODs are uploaded. Thank you for coming, Hikari. I hope to see you again some other time. This is a character. Didn't really work out, but 'tis okay. What's my canvas size? I think this is 11 by 17. Oh well. Some drawings don't work out. Some drawings... Oops. What is my... There we go. One by 17 is just a good size. It's just a good size. Okay, let's move on in a second. have emails that I'm not going to read right now. People are messaging me. Link to touchdown. Okay. Any tips on building line confidence digitally? So I'd say that, line confidence is... Oh, wait. Let me make sure that I have all of this person's things. Why is the OC not matching the, wait, let me, hold on. I need to check a thing, because the links are not matching with the, commission. So I have to check and make sure we didn't mess something up. Okay, let me restore this. So any tips on building line confidence digitally? So line confidence digitally or traditionally are essentially the same, but when it comes to digital stuff, I think it's a lot more like making sure that, you know, the brush you're using is appropriate for the canvas resolution, the size that you're trying to draw it at. It matches the look and the feel that you're trying to achieve. That, you know, you're drawing at a good resolution, and that, you know, you're still implementing the same classic examples of, you know, good line quality, which is pulling your lines through, not chicken scratching, spending less lines to tell more, and you know, utilizing pen pressure in smart ways that kind of they support the style that you're trying to achieve. Practice pulling your lines through, practice you know, getting yourself comfortable with like the subject matter that you're trying to draw. And sorry, I'm trying to like read and speak at the same time. It's all ultimately the same stuff. I don't think it's really all that different from, you know, what you would do in general when it comes to line quality, but I think most important thing is making sure that you are approaching your lines with intent, and you're placing them down purposefully. You are making a decision about where these lines are going, how they should look, what's the pressure, look like? What is, you know, the stylistic choice you're making by placing it there? These are all things you kind of have to be learning and reinforcing as you're getting better and better at understanding your own preferences for line work and line quality, and, you know, implementing those kind of foundational ideas that the concept of line quality kind of circles around, which is, you know, good lines. An artist with really good line quality is an artist that doesn't waste the lines that they have unnecessarily. Every line that's made is purposeful. It has a reason for being there, whether or not it's a technical thing or a stylistic thing. Everything about what lines they put down are, you know, intentional, so that they can convey an emotion. They can convey the look and feel of an object. They convey space and depth and action and movement and weight and mood, and all of those things are carried by the decisions made by that artist in their line work. If line is something that is particularly important to them. So ultimately the same rules apply. Just, you know, be very conscious of what you're putting down. Still keep looking at your favorite artists who, you know, have the line quality you're looking to achieve. Figure out how it is that they choose to interpret reality by studying what lines do they put down, what lines do they not put down, you know, what details are they hiding, what anatomical things are they not drawing but imply through, you know, the stuff that they don't draw. All those will help you both digitally and traditionally, but digital just has a different, you know, type of quality and a wider range of, I guess, textures and stuff that's much more easier to achieve depending on what brush you use, but the core attributes remain the same. Do I use references? Sometimes. If I feel the need to, I will, but very often I'm typically drawing things I'm very comfortable with drawing on my own, so I won't use references for those. So characters and clothing I tend to not use references for. The only reference I do use is when people provide me with clothing and character references. So I do have their character sheets and character folders open, but otherwise. I'd say that using references is something you should be using regardless of whether or not you're learning or not. I think it's something that you should use if you need it, not something that you should use or not use depending on what level you're at. If you need reference because you don't fully understand something or you don't fully, grasp the makings of an object, or you are not very confident in how something should be drawn, or whatnot, then yeah, you should use reference. Like, I still use reference for things I'm not comfortable with drawing, and I'll use references if something's particularly complicated and I think I need help. I'd say when I was, learning, I'd use references anytime I needed it. Same with now. Let me draw that. I really need to work on how I draw faces. I don't really like how they look. What artist was saying that? I think there's an argument there that is primarily talking about artists who can't draw or don't develop the skills to draw without relying on a pre-existing image. You find that a lot with Instagram artists. You see them doing a bunch of photo studies of models, pretty women, and that kind of stuff. But if you ask them to draw something out of, an intent or desire to draw it, they can't draw things without actually looking at a piece of reference. That's a very specific kind of drawing, and not one that is very useful when you go into an industry that requires you to be designing things or drawing things that are non-existent. And that's probably where the artist is coming from. They're coming from a place of, people that can only ever draw images based on photos, right? But if you're using reference to help you design something that doesn't exist, design something that is fictional, somewhat fantasy, like, if you're using it as an aid to help you achieve a certain thing because you're unsure about how to draw it, that's different from utilizing reference as the only way that you ever create anything. It's kind of a weird conversation to have because everyone utilizes reference differently. Places like Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, like, they use references religiously. It's like a basic part of their like expectation for their artists, because they are very much, you know, they have a tradition of classic oil painters being a part of their crew, and so for them, reference is a huge part of their culture. But you look anywhere else and that's not necessarily the case. It's ultimately based on what you need for your own development as an artist. If you suddenly, you know, stop using reference because someone told you to, and they're like, you'll never be an artist if you keep using it, and you do it too early, and you get worried and afraid and scared off from using it when you need it, you're only ever going to be as good as you are now. Because you're going to prevent yourself from learning the things you need to know in order to improve. It's same with people that only rely on references, right? They'll be really good at drawing from observation, they'll be really good at drawing, you know, the things that they see in a photograph, but you ask them to design anything from imagination and they can't do it. You have to have an equal amount of both, and depending on what you want to be focusing on later on in life, there are different paths that you should take, different things you should focus on. So my whole spiel is just like, if you need the reference, you want to use it, then use the reference. It really ultimately doesn't matter. I always encourage people who want to get into character design and you know, concept, that there should be a part of you that should know how to draw things from imagination, because how you get there is you draw something so much that you can take bits and pieces of that object, and you know it so intrinsically that you can actually start designing with an object. It's really hard to design something that you don't know how to draw already. It's really difficult to design a good car or design a prop or a character or a costume if you don't already know how to draw those things. And so you need to have built up a layer of experience and you know, history using references to get to that point, and then you won't need it after a while. You won't need to know how to draw a human body in order to put clothes on it, and you won't need references on how to draw wrinkles and fabric in order to render out a you know, an ensemble. Like, that's just kind of how it is. You know, you don't get to a point of designing things unless you have already gone through that experience of looking up reference for it. And even after you've learned how to do it from imagination, you're still going to be looking reference up when you need it for, you know, historical referencing, for cultural kind of based projects, when you need to see how something turns in space, or when an object is particularly complex and stuff like that. Like, you use it when you need it. It's ultimately all it comes down to. I also don't think that drawing from imagination is necessarily a thing to aspire to if it's not something you want to do. It's just a way of drawing. How to use reference in general? Different ways. Like, you can use it to kind of convey an idea, but not necessarily use it to inform how you draw something. So that would be like, hey, I like the vibe of this photograph, like this city image with the neon lights and stuff like that, but I don't really want to draw that image. You can use reference as a technical guide. So if you need help drawing like a backpack or something, you actually look up pictures of that object as close as you can to the thing that you're trying to draw, and you use that as a guide to place, all the various details to get the right shape and the right silhouette and the right angle. Same with lighting, same with, drawing faces from different perspectives. Same with learning how to draw a car. You look at pictures of cars and you start trying to match your drawing with the proportions and the details of that image. Which is different from when you're gathering references for, say, a costume concept, right? Like, you might alternate between getting references for oh, this is the vibe of the character I want, this is the personality or the attitude and the pose, versus here's like the actual leather piece padded armor that I want them to wear, or the very specific color palette that I want to try and work with. All those things count as references, but they are used in different ways. Applying reference to your art is a little bit difficult. It's hard to know how much and how little. I'd say a lot of artists get tripped up when they try to start designing things. They're like, oh, I want to design something no one's ever seen. I think it's kind of a weird goal to have, like, to design something no one's ever seen, when it's a lot easier to work yourself up to a point where you've developed your tastes and your interests to that you can cater to your own ideas, and it's easier to have those like new, unique concepts in your head. When you're just starting out, like, you can design things that are relatively similar to what they are in real life. You give them new applications, you mix them with other things. You design armor that looks like a beetle as opposed to armor that looks like armor from like 14th century Germany or whatever. Like, I don't know. These are all things that, like, you can do if you're trying to mix reference into your work. And ultimately just depends on how you need to use it. Oh, is it not there? Apologies. I must have not had the right scene on. Circle of Pharaohs, thank you for the gift sub. Welcome, welcome. Of course, my streams are always an open forum for people to ask me questions if they want my opinion or advice on something. Thank you, Franny. Hey, Creative. How are you? I could put one together. Sure. This is another person's character. This is a charity commission. Is the first step to get into the industry having a good portfolio? Yes. I would say so. Especially having a portfolio that caters to the job that you want. Would love to own some of the brushes which you use for these iron commissions. I think I put some of them in the previous packages, but I will see if there are any that I missed and I will package them. Well, it'd be good to know what kind of industry you want to go into. Animation, film, games, like those are very different. Illustration is very different. Marketing, editorial, are all classifications within illustration. Those are all very different. So knowing kind of what type of art you want to do is a good idea. If you're just kind of putting, because a general portfolio is good if you just kind of want to like put yourself out there, but if you're actually trying to get a job, you should probably know what you want to do. But if you don't really have a good idea, you can just put up a website of your art that is, you know, anything that you think is nice, and you can just categorize them like, here's a character design that I did, and here's an environment that I did, and a painting that I did, or whatever. But when you're applying for jobs, you'd want to have a very specific portfolio or a very specific page on your website that you can point them to, saying like, hey, this is the, you know, project or stuff that I would like you to see for this, or consider for this, to consider me for this job. you have any advice on how to be more patient with getting better at drawing? I think ultimately it's just a matter of understanding that, like, this is a lifelong commitment. It's not like you get better at it and then you're just good. You know, you don't learn everything and then you're just fine. This is a lifelong commitment, one where you will have the rest of your life to learn all the skills that you need, and you know, if you are not as good as you could be right at this moment, then that just means you have a lot more to work towards. I think it's a lot. It's pretty overwhelming when you're just starting out, like all the things that you have to get better at, all the things you have to learn. It's overwhelming because there's so much you feel like you don't know how to do, and it's frustrating because you want to be better already. But you know, you have to kind of accept that this stuff grows with you. You get better at art and you improve your, you know, ability to learn as you grow older as a person. And not only that, but, you know, you gain the maturity to actually learn certain concepts. So if you're struggling with a concept right now, it could very well be that you're just not at the stage of your life in which you're ready to really understand what a lot of these things really mean. I thought I had a very strong grasp on where I wanted my art to go and how I was going to achieve it when I was, you know, 11. And then I was like, you know, now I'm, in my 20s, and I know for a fact that I was dumb when I was 11 as I was dumb, like, last year. And this year I'm going to be, you know, so naive compared to who I'll be in like 5 years, and I can't imagine all the things I'll be tackling then. And understanding that, you know, the most I can do at any given point in time is just my best. I can only do my best with what I have, with what I know, and if as long as I'm trying to give my best effort to the things that I'm learning right now, and I'm giving myself, you know, living kind of in the moment, day to day, making sure that I'm giving myself the best chance to, you know, understand these concepts, giving myself the time to really learn these concepts, and time to really integrate them into my habits and my life, and, you know, really learn them and understand them, and not just cram them in my head once and then forget about them. That stuff takes time. That stuff takes dedicated reminding and reinforcing, and that doesn't happen in a day, in a study session, in a month, in a year. That takes years and years of relearning the same things, and you know, realizing like, oh wow, I worked on this, and like, why couldn't I remember it when I, you know, after one time. Because we're not, you know, robots, we're not machines that can just not make the same mistake ever again. And you're gonna constantly be learning, constantly be rehashing the same things. And that's kind of just how this thing goes. It's just kind of how art goes. It grows with you as you grow older. Certain things are not really going to be understood until you're a certain age, or a certain time of your life, or after a certain amount of experience. And you might feel frustrated because you want to be better than how you are and who you are in this moment, but sometimes you kind of just have to let time be a factor in your development. Have to let time be something that helps you remember and integrate all of these concepts into your DNA, and make the stuff that you're learning right now into habits and muscle memory. And, you know, in a way, not punish yourself for being who you are and being where you're at with your art. Because I know it's tempting when you look at everyone else online who is just so much, maybe better than you or so much faster than you at improving, but ultimately you kind of have to frame your own development on your own timeline and not based on the timeline of others. And learn that there is really the only pressure that is really there is the pressures that you place on yourself, the timeline that you put on yourself to get to a certain point. And you can only just do your best to work towards that goal. There's going to be a lot of moments in between where you're, always thinking about like, oh, I should be better, I should be more, I should be more efficient, I wish I was, not me, I wish I was this other artist I really respect and look up to and I envy, and I wish I was this person who could do all these things already and not struggle through learning something that I am, painfully aware I don't understand. It's just kind of the dialogue that happens. The most important thing is recognizing that even if that dialogue does happen in your head, that this stuff ultimately is going to just take time. This stuff is really honestly just going to demand years and years of your life. And you kind of have to learn to enjoy it. You have to learn how to enjoy it and enjoy that the moments in between, even if it's not where you wish you were going to be by the end. You can't aspire to be who you will be by the end. You can't aspire to be the person that you wish you were at the end of your journey. You kind of have to learn to love who you are every kind of step of it. You have to learn to love who you are in that moment. Because there is no end. There's never a point where you're done learning. So I think this is more of an issue of kind of wishing to be different and wishing that you were, anyone else but you. And hoping that you could be, closer to that idealized skill and idealized version of your art and idealized version of that artist, but you just kind of have to accept where you're at and always be aiming to be better than that, and not beat yourself up for it. Would you recommend Drawbox or dynamic sketching by Peter Hahn to master perspective? Peter Hahn's pretty good for perspective. I think he has a really good technical experience teaching technical things to students. I'd say Dropbox is only really good if you want to kind of be forced to practice basic fundamental, perspective things, like being able to draw straight lines and rotate things in different perspectives and stuff. But it kind of loses its efficacy after a while, so you definitely give it a shot if you want to. I just say if you feel like you're kind of not getting anything out of it anymore, pull out. But I'd say Peter Hahn is probably a good teacher for that kind of stuff. When you first started in the industry, Did you just take any jobs offered, or were you picky about what jobs to do, even though it's sometimes risks not having work for a while? When I started when I was relatively young by doing freelance and stuff like that, so I took on any jobs I could, because I was always like, I never know when the next one's gonna come and stuff, and I mean, I wasn't making a living wage by doing that, for sure, because I wasn't taking, the jobs that, or I wasn't getting any jobs that were going to really pay well. But because I was young and I was like, I just need to take everything, I did. And I'm not going to say, like, that's not the way to do it, because for a lot of people, that's kind of the truth of it, is, like, when you're starting out, you don't really have a choice to not take a job. Especially if you want money for that month. And I was lucky. I was working when I first started during a time when I was still, in school and stuff, so I could still rely on my parents to kind of help me with basic living things, because I wasn't making a living wage. But, that kind of stuff, when you are doing it for a while and you start building, like, a reputation, as, like, an artist who's available for doing X, Y, and Z, and you start getting more and more jobs that do pay livable wages, like, freelance jobs that don't just pay $2,000 or $1,000, they're paying like $10K, $20K for a whole job. That's when you can start, once you're getting those types of contracts more regularly, that's when you can kind of take it a little bit slower, pick the ones you really want. But that does take a lot of investment, both time, effort, and a lot of reputation. And I haven't really hit that point of having that reliably be a thing. I've certainly started, getting more jobs that range in, like, the 5 to 10K area. But whether or not I could say I could make a livable wage off of that is kind of questionable. I will say that took me almost, like, 10 years to get to a point like that. So that's just freelance, though. Getting a job, very often you're not usually choosing between jobs. I'm at a point now where I do often get, like, at least 1 or 2 offers every week or so, of people being like, hey, I have a project, and it could be I'd be contracting, or it could be they want to invite me to their team and stuff. And now I can choose, but beforehand, you're usually applying to places and not necessarily choosing from a bunch of, what you'd like to work on. But the goal is that you get to a point where, yes, you can choose the projects that you get to work on. But when you're just starting out, it's probably not going to be the case. And it's really about optimizing your working schedule so that you can get out of that stage of your career and get into a stage where you can start choosing the projects that you're doing every year. Do you think that taking 4 years off or having a 4-year timeline where you try to learn from different sources online instead of college would be a good choice for starting artists? How would that affect how hireable you are? It wouldn't affect how hireable you are. All that really matters, depending on your industry, is your skill set. Whether or not the things that you learned and the skills that you developed in those 4 years are actually, useful to you, and useful in the job, and you gained a really good understanding, and you're really efficient and capable as an employee. That's all that really matters. No one's really gonna care if you went to college or didn't go to college, and what courses did you take. Like, they're not gonna be like, oh, you took a brainstorm class? Absolutely not. Like, we're not gonna hire you. They're not gonna do that to you. But I think it really does depend on what classes you take, to make sure that they matter and are, teaching you the things that are really important for the job you want. I'm not going to comment on whether or not I think it's better. I think if you would prefer to do that and it's much more economical for you, you think you could have a good grasp on your own education and you're prepared to do it, then you should do it. I think those things can be a double-edged sword. You can definitely have, like, a really stellar experience doing that and come out feeling like absolutely with no regrets the fact that you did it. And I think some people go into it because other people did really well and realize that they really do kind of need the structure of a school setting. I know I did. So, whether or not you're prepared for it is your own choice, and if you think you are, then go for it. I see no reason why those courses won't be, just as helpful for you as going to, you know, a normal institution would be, as long as you are prepared to bear the brunt of that responsibility. Because otherwise, it's essentially the same thing, except, you know, stuff like student culture, meeting, you know, other professionals, and that kind of constant interfacing atmosphere. We were always in class together, so you kind of get to know each other, and meeting teachers and really getting to know them over the course of like 4 years instead of just the length of that class. Like, those things are different, but not necessarily things that will make or break your career in any significant way if you have the skills to support yourself in the industry. What are these, or who are these charity commissions for? So about a year ago, I was running a fundraiser for a charity, and these are the people that donated money in different tiers. So depending on how much they donated, they get a certain tier of either a sketch commission, a chibi, or a headshot, a colored headshot. And so these are just the commissions for the people that were generous enough to donate to our fundraiser charity event. Hey Silver Soul, hey Echo. Make sure, who was this by? Sugar. Oops. I did this wrong. I did it wrong. Okay, oops. It's supposed to be a headshot, not a full body. I did it wrong. It's okay though. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. We will be uploading those recordings pretty soon, by next week, so don't worry. We will have them available for you to see. I did it bad. Okay, we're gonna have to see this character again because I need to redraw them. Most likely they will be hosted as unlisted YouTube videos, and then we're going to be posting the links to them in an empty chapter at the end of the class. So you'll get links to pretty much every feedback session that will ever happen in accordance with the class, linked in one place. Yes, Peach? When you were learning on your own, did you have a part-time job totally unrelated to your craft, or did you just focus on learning? I did a bunch of that when I was younger and I was going to school, so I didn't really have any other part-time job. I basically just did art. What time? Peach, I'm streaming, so please don't be loud. That is indeed the goal. think the class will necessarily impact it, but I would like to stream more. In general, I'd like to stream more, but I just always tend to find myself working all the time. I prefer non-screen tablets. I've tried display tablets, and they hurt my eyes and my body, because my neck hurts and my back hurts and my shoulders hurt and everything. So I kind of just stick with what I have, which is my Intuos, and I prefer it. Yeah. It's not like my posture's any better when I use an Intuos, but I don't hurt nearly as much, so I don't know. Would I consider making a VTuber model for streaming? I don't know. Maybe if I was ever doing like a talking thing, but I'm not really sure. It's not really my thing. Do you think anime styles is going to become more common later in Western game studios? There's always a niche, I think. Like, depends on, you know, what kind of studio you're looking at and, you know, in general, who you're making the game for. Like, every game has a very specific audience. There's a whole genre for anime-styled games, and more and more Western studios kind of toe the line between, you know, semi-realism and whether or not, like, if you have a character artist or character concept artist that feels more anime, like, does it actually impact the I think they wanted olive skin, actually. Did that actually impact like what kind of, you know, what the design actually looks like in the game, if it's going to be translated by some modeler. So, I don't know. I think there will always be a place for anime artists, even if, you know, people say there isn't, because you can't ever be certain about what kinds of games are going to be made. There's always going to be the super hyper-realistic, like, very Western-looking games. There's always going to be the more stylized indie games. There's always going to be the ones that are more artsy and the ones that are a lot more technical, and there's always going to be a niche, not a niche, but a market for anime styled stuff. I think it's become more integrated. Like, nowadays you can't really say that anime isn't going to get you anywhere. It depends on the type of style. Like, you can't just say one style is anime. There's a ton of different styles that kind of could be put under that umbrella, and so, you know, does anyone consider it's like comparing like a TV anime from Japan to, you know, like some stuff like old animation 90s stuff like Ghost in the Shell or any Satoshi Kon movie. Like, they're not necessarily all that animated, and not all that anime by modern standards, I guess, but they're still anime because they're from Japan. But plenty of artists draw similar in those styles, and it's not that big of a stretch. So I think there's always going to be kind of a place for that. Whether or not it becomes more common, that I don't know. Any good shows you've watched recently? Not shows. I haven't really seen any good shows. I tend to cycle through the same 3 shows. Like, or 4 shows, I guess. I'll start the year off by rewatching Hunter x Hunter on Netflix. And then I will then go to Criminal Minds and watch from seasons 1 to 13. And then I'll watch NCIS from seasons 1 to maybe 5 or something, or 6. And then I'll watch Bones from season 1 to to 10 or something like that. And then I'll stop. I'll do the whole thing over again. That's a whole year's worth of shows. I don't really watch new shows. If I do, it's I watch it and then I'm kind of oh, that's cool, and then I don't rewatch it. So, I'm a very consistent person. Have you considered giving feedback to viewers' designs? Potentially. We used to do feedbacks on the stream, but it kind of just ended up taking over. So, we're still considering what would be a good format to have, critique days. But potentially. Do you have any tips for someone who's working for a character design concept portfolio? Make sure that you really like the design. Make sure you really like the project. Don't settle on the project if you don't like the design by the end. If it's for your portfolio, make sure you like what you're making. Because you have, for the first time in probably, or for one of the only times in your career, you're gonna have a lot more say in what the character looks like and how the project looks like, and to not take control and command in that situation is kind of just a waste. So if you're gonna be making a character concept portfolio, make sure you're really confident and you're happy with what you're making. Because once you get the job, you'll be making things for other people based on other people's ideas and other people's designs, and you might find yourself in situations where you don't get a lot of say or ability to change a decision, and there's plenty of time to suffer through that. So if you're making your portfolio, make sure you like it. I messed up on the previous commission. It was supposed to be a headshot, and then I gave them a sketch. So I'm gonna redo it and do the headshot right now. Do you like Mass Effect or games like them? I have not played Mass Effect, and I don't know if I'd like them. Do you think it's important to have clean line art for your painting with painted styles? I know obviously no to minimal line art or very neat line art, but I feel reliant on lines, but I feel like going in paint rather than making my lines pasting clean. Well, I don't make my lines very clean, so I think it's ultimately just up to you what you want to do. I don't think you need clean line art for painting. I think it kind of defeats the purpose if you're not going to put lines in your painting. So it kind of just depends on what you want. If you want your lines to show, I've seen people do not clean line art then, and it really kind of depends on the end product. Do you want clean line art in your painting? Then make the clean line art. But if you don't want to do clean line art in the painting, then don't. That's kind of where that's at, because I started painting because I hated making clean line art, and then look at me now, drawing everything in lines because I hate coloring things. But, I still, to a degree, change how I draw my lines, and sometimes they're cleaner than others, sometimes they're really messy. I tend to not use line art when I'm painting, though. It kind of defeats the purpose of painting for me. Could you give me a subject to draw a picture? Anything? Love from Peru. Draw a character design based off of let's see. Draw a character design based off of the two mythical gods, Barong and Rongda, of Balinese mythology. Those are two different gods. You can pick which one you want to do. But Balinese mythology, Barong and Rongda, do a character design based off one of them. If you want to. Umber, thank you for the tier 1 for 24 months. It's the 1-year anniversary. Thank you so much. Have you ever tried using Clip Studio Paint? Yes, I have. It is a fine program. Have you ever considered having guest artists like Chris Hongart just buy us example and draw together? I could. I've thought about it. I don't really have a ton of people I would reach out to personally that I know, but I could attempt to do that. It would be much more of a larger scale event than I'm used to planning for these streams, but maybe, potentially, could be cool. I'm not much of a conversationalist. It's really hard for me to keep up a conversation unless, you know, I really try. Do you have any OC you're okay talking about? I don't think my OCs are very well developed, honestly. So it's kind of embarrassing talking about them, because I don't, like, I'm a character designer by trade, but I don't really put too much effort into my character designs because I'm always drawing new characters that I don't really care if my OCs have, like, dedicated designs. I pretty much never draw my OC in the same outfit twice. Unless I have to, like, look up reference for it if I really want to. Because I don't know. I kind of don't care about my OCs as much as I used to. Now that I design characters all day, I'd much rather just draw new ones as opposed to rehash old ones. So they're very underdeveloped and they're not very interesting. But maybe someday. Can I ask a question about coloring? When the color looks off, is it more likely the color of the light source not matching the rest of the picture, or the value is a problem? Depends on what you mean by color looks off. It could be a lot of things. It could be the saturation, the value, the combination of two colors together, the warmth, the coolness of it, if the lighting is kind of just, like, just putting an overlay tone on top of a color doesn't necessarily mean that's accurate to what the lighting would do. Just because you put a layer mode on something doesn't necessarily mean that that color is the right one. And just because that's the color you get from a layer mode also doesn't mean that's the only color that would be used in that, like, the light side of that object. So there's a lot of reasons why color could look off. And it could literally be anything, like the context of the colors around it, whether or not that color is in the same hue family, temperature family, if it's the right value or the right saturation. It's a lot of stuff. But I also don't know what you mean by off. Any tips on rendering curly hair? I'm struggling. Curly hair is hard because it's difficult to not put a ton of detail because you want to retain the curliness of it. I'd say I mean, I don't really have any tips because I kind of don't paint a ton of curly hair if I can avoid it. But the same rule applies, like clump curls together to make it easier, still maintain a primary light source, light all your things as if they were, you know, kind of like you're basically modeling the surface of an object and you're trying to not put so much detail that it takes your eyes away from everything else, but you're also trying to make sure that you retain the integrity of the curls. So clump the hair together in smaller groups. Make sure that you know, you're not picking out too many individual strands, and that you're putting in enough of those individual strands just to give it that kind of dimension. Have some wisps out that curl, you know, and break the silhouette a little bit. Depending on what kind of curls you do, you know, try to be careful where you put your shadows. And Godspeed. Wish you luck, soldier. What would you recommend to improve the skill of coloring? Studies of, you know, whatever you're trying to learn how to color. Like, if I'm trying to practice painting humans, which is often what I'm painting, I will do photo studies of models with different, you know, skin textures, and I'll try to do studies of things in different lighting. You could do this with movies and shows if you're into that. You could, you know, take inspiration from other people's paintings, like classic oil paintings and stuff like that. Often have really good resources. But that kind of tends to be what I do. I'd say coloring, I tend to look at how other people choose to render skin and stuff like that. And I oscillate between doing, you know, reference from photos and then master copies of other people's art. I think that's how I tend to do it. And then it's like a difference between being able to pick colors and coloring technique and all that kind of stuff. I don't really like... I've been really struggling with painting and coloring for a while, so I don't know, it's kind of tough for me to say because it's been something I've been working on as well. Do you have any references or tips for painting for anime faces for middle-aged female characters? I don't see it very often. When I try myself, it looks like a younger person with wrinkles or 80-year-old's grandma. There's a middle ground somewhere. I can't find the right stylization. Older animes, like 90s anime, when there was like a period where that kind of stuff was a little bit more mature and a little bit more realistic. They tend to have some okay faces. I'd say though that like you kind of just have to shop around for that kind of stuff. I find that looking at photo reference of middle-aged people and trying to see like, okay, how many wrinkles can I give this person to give them the look of someone who's older but not necessarily someone who's old, right? And making sure that you are what is it? You know, drawing their faces in ways that respects that age. It could be face shape, it could be, you know, small proportional things like the more forehead space you have, the younger they look. The bigger their eyes are, the proportional to their face, the younger they look. The rounder the face without any kind of wrinkling, the younger they look. Generally, the older they get, the more lines you want to put on their face. So you kind of just have to play around with what is your approach to that kind of stuff. I'd say I don't particular. I'm sure there are like shows and artists that you can look at for that kind of stuff, but I don't really do that, I guess. I don't know. I've always been really interested in practicing drawing older people, so I did a lot of photo reference when I was, you know, kind of learning to do it, and that's typically where I learn stylizing, is I would just work backwards from a realistic reference using, you know, my own tastes for stylization. And I try to tackle different ages and different face shapes and face types, and photo reference for me was the best resource. But if you want to look at other artists, you're just kind of going to have to find what artists that do the style you like also endeavor to draw older people, because very often they don't. What is your basic method for coloring a character? Sketch or line art, layer underneath for base coloring, layer above the base coloring layer for a multiply layer, layer above that for an overlay or something like that. Merge that all together, paint on top of it. What's your favorite 80s cartoon opening? I don't think I watched 80s cartoons. I think the oldest cartoon I watched was Journey to the West in China. I think that was a 90s cartoon, though. I still remember it, which is the weird part, because I don't remember a lot from that show, even though I had the box set. I wonder if I can still find it. It's gotta be in my parents' house somewhere. Bye, Benny. What's your thought process picking these colors? I'm trying to pick colors that feel warm enough to give him, you know, a good, right? Is it him? Making sure I'm not overstepping any. They, them, sorry. Making sure that I'm not, you know, giving them too many ashy tones in their face. But then also, you know, trying to balance value and stuff. A lot of these colors were kind of picked by the owner of the character, so it's kind of really their call. They wanted brown and turquoise and all that, so I merely oblige. Here. Oh, Geechee, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, of course. Hey, Ivy. Hi, Vader. Welcome, welcome. Of course, thank you for coming. I appreciate the sub. Probably not next Friday since it's Christmas, but definitely the Friday afterwards. How do you decide what kind of shadow shapes you put into the hair? I'm trying to make sure that I maintain the feeling of the braids. And so I'm kind of just making it up a little bit because I don't think this would actually be the shadow shapes that the braid would have. But I kind of like when braids aren't like overly detailed, so I'm just gonna go with them. Don't know what color I want. do I never listen to that bot anymore? I made it so that it would remind me, and then I just don't do it. Because that's a little bit of danger, I guess. Get up and stretch. I will do that promptly. Living life on the edge, yeah. A little bit. Ugh. I'm realizing that, I really need to move my legs more. I'm starting not to be able to, like... Well, I haven't been able to touch my toes in a really long time, but I haven't been able to, like, when I get up from bed, like, just kind of, like, slouching over almost hurts a little bit, and I feel it in my legs, and I'm like, oh, God, I need to fix this because it gets too late. Because, my God. I'm thinking about it. I mean, you know, a standing desk is not necessarily better if you're just kind of standing still, so I'd have to just get into the habit of moving around a little bit more anyway. Okay, I got it this time. PNG. Oh, let me make sure I saved the JPEG for this one. Okay. Next one. How do I organize my layers? I don't. They're kind of just in whatever layer I need them to be in. So, it'll be like base color, layer mode, like multiply, overlay stuff, and then my, line art or sketch, and then on top of that would be post-processing, so color correction, stuff like that. And then I merge all of them together if I'm painting. Can you give advice on how to approach learning to draw the figure? So... I'd say... First, just kind of like draw. Just get around to drawing so that you know what you kind of don't know and what you've sort of intuitively already started to learn. And the best way to start learning is to kind of do quick gestures. Learn the basic fundamentals of a human, like you know, drawing like a mannequin of some sort. Like once you have like an idea of how like humans are like arranged, it'll be easier for you to then transfer, you know, bigger, better knowledge of like anatomy and stuff like that onto a base. But getting to know like basics of a human, and then you can learn, you know, stuff like bone structure, very basic muscles on the surface. You could learn proportion. So I'd say learn gesture first, then learn proportion. So like the fact that the body, you can split it into 8 heads, so 4 heads from head to crotch, crotch to heel. Learn around the proportions of where things are, like where does the hands, like where do they end, where do you put the belly button, where do you put, you know, portions of the face and the body and all that kind of stuff. And then you can learn bones, muscles. You can start refining your proportions a little bit, and then once you kind of have an overall view of all of that, then you can start refining your posing. You can start learning about how do you draw from life, and how do you pose characters, how do you evoke emotion through how you pose characters. Can you do action poses versus you know, reclining poses and stuff like that. You can, you know, take that sort of arc and transition and then figure out what is it that you're missing, what skills are you trying to figure out and learn, and put that into that kind of, I don't know, I guess, journey. I learned anatomy very much chaotically. I learned bones and muscles and stuff like that after I'd kind of already started drawing humans for a while, and just kept refining my knowledge as I got older. Got better and better at posing and proportions just by brute forcing it, because I was a very bad student of the like kind of, I guess, classical ways to learn how to draw humans. I wasn't very good at them. So a lot of my knowledge is like cobbled together from later on, as I got to understand my weaknesses more and more. For shadows, do you use the multiply mode? How do you choose the color to shade with? The color you choose to shade with depends on your lighting. If you have warm colored lighting, your shadows will be warm colored. If you have cool toned lighting, your colors will have, you know, your shadows will be darker, or not darker, but cooler toned. And then I pick one that is slightly more desaturated than some of the other, is it? So I make it more desaturated than, you know, a more desaturated color, and then I will recolor it in depending on like what is the local color, the base color underneath it is. So I'll start with kind of like a very slightly desaturated warmer orange, and then once I've kind of set all my shadows, I'll go in and I'll paint in like, okay, so this is on top of a green shirt, so I'm going to change the local color to something a little bit more cooler, something a little bit more green, and then, you know, make small edits there. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Cole. Did you have to do a lot of news studies, or can you get better without them? I did. If you don't want to do them, you don't have to, although I think it does kind of limit your knowledge a little bit if you don't. But there's stuff you can learn from closed models as well. Stream has been good. Thank you, thank you. Commissions? We've been going pretty slow today. We've only done technically one because I accidentally did it wrong, so I had to do it again. So slow day, but it's okay. Are you gonna stream today? Then you should stream. struggle when the character has to look cute. Suddenly I don't remember how to draw. Some of them don't, some of them do. Depends on who you ask. Sugar. Were you able to watch it being drawn? Because I did an oopsie if you weren't around. But thank you. I mean, I'm really grateful that for anyone who, you know, supports the charity fundraisers. It's always been kind of a dream of mine to be able to throw, uh, you know, charity events. So I'm always very appreciative when people support it. So yeah, so this was the headshot that you actually asked for. And but I didn't see that you asked for a headshot, so I accidentally drew you another one that's a full body, so you're gonna get both. My bad. I didn't see that you wanted a headshot originally, but now you have two things. Yeah, this character's really cute. It's like characters where you're just like in pain from how cute they are. It's that kind of a character. I don't know if she has a tail. I don't think she does. I have been drawing characters in costumes for a very long time. So, uh, I've gotten used to drawing them, and I no longer need to use guidelines to draw the things that I've, you know, drawn for a very long time. I often describe it like writing. You learn, you know, how to write characters and letters in your language. And, you know, after a while of writing, and once you started using, you know, sentences and words and writing essays and stuff, like, you no longer need to use a guide to write letters. You know how to write letters, and you know how to get to the next part of it, which is, you know, words and making meaning and stuff like that. So imagine it kind of like that. Let's see. Let's do one more. Get up and stretch. I shall do that. Wait. Unfortunately, my headphones don't extend that far, so even when I get up, I kind of have to lean down. Okay. Hi, Creative. Thank you for coming. not gonna draw that horn again, because it's gonna be terribly lopsided. Welcome back. How's dinner? No worries. 'Tis the holidays. The model is a Toyota. Nice. Toyotas are good. I've watched most of the Marvel movies. I didn't watch a ton of the shows. Do you take little breaks when working? When I remember. Which is not very often. 2 technically, because I messed up on one of them and accidentally drew a full body when I meant to draw, or was supposed to draw a headshot. So it would have been 3, but no, I do not draw symmetrically. I copy pasted that horn. Then that is the precise reason why I copy pasted the horn, because I can't draw symmetrically. You select something, you control C, you control V, or you control Shift V to paste it in place. Control T to transform. If you right click, you can go down to the very bottom and you say flip horizontal, and then you just copy it over. Or there's the symmetry tool if you want to pre-plan it, but I didn't plan to do that. Oops. I really like Kimomoe Shirahama, who does Witch Hat Atelier. I like the artist Kaoru Mori, who does the Bride Story manga. I like the what is it? What was her name? The what was her name? Hoshino? Katsura Hoshino. The Grayman manga. What else? I don't know, and then there's smaller stuff that I like. I can't think of them off the top of my head. I mean, I like Naruto's work. I was more of a Bleach person, so Tight Kubo might be more up my alley. You tell them that, like, hey, thank you for the you know, drawing. I did originally request this, but, you know, you make the decision of whether or not you really want them to draw the other character. Typically, if it's the artist's fault, they'll do it for free. Depends on the artist, though. I kind of don't really care, I guess. I think it's fun. I really liked Bleach when I was younger, but I'm kind of out of my manga reading phase currently, so if I do end up reading it, I will enjoy it, but if I don't, then oh well. Thank you. Lurking is always welcome. That's what I do on streams anyway. The aged up, God, what was his name? Hitsugai? Adult Hitsugaya is chef's kiss. So beautiful. He was my favorite character in Bleach. Well, I mean, honestly, I liked everyone. I like Grimmjow. I loved Ichigo. Loved Rukia. But Hitsugaya was like, you're my favorite side character. Like, he was cute as a kid, but he looks great as an adult. He looks fantastic. Well, the meaning of the bold line you drew out her nose, it looks good in aesthetic, but how did you think placing the line there? What's the line showing? It's supposed to be the, so, like, if this is the nostril, the black line is supposed to show this, kind of shape. It's not necessarily a shape that has, because I can't be bothered to do both sides of this. It's not a shape that necessarily has like a strict... It's more pronounced on others. It's not necessarily a shape that has a strict like line or form associated with it. But I like drawing it that way. So I'm basically drawing this. And then when it attaches to, I forgot what this is called. Little dip above the lip kind of a thing. When it attaches to that, it has two, you know, pieces of the philtrum? I think it's called the philtrum. It's got two little pieces of, you know, sloping skin that slopes away to form the top of the lip. So that's the line that I'm drawing. And I make it bold because I'm not really drawing this other side of the nose. And then I'm only drawing this line to indicate the other side. It's a choice. It's just a choice that I've made, I guess. I don't know. I change how I draw noses very often because I tend to I don't know, conflict on which is the better way to draw it. Are you working on IPs at the moment or entertainment industry type commissions? So I'm working in-house at a third-party development studio, and I have been working contracts on different IPs, but I can't talk about them. I hope at some point I'll talk about it, but some of the stuff I'm working on is so early in the process that it might be years before I can talk about what I've been doing all this time. Popo. Do I enjoy working in-house? I do. I think it's really fun working in a company, especially after working, you know, freelance for so long. There's some things that I really enjoy, like being able to have coworkers that I can talk to, and get their opinion on stuff, and, you know, be able to rely on other people, because working freelance is very lonely. You only have yourself to talk to, and if you don't know how to solve a problem, you just kind of suck it up and do it, you know, but working in-house means that I can go to people and they're willing to help and stuff. I currently work at a company called Protagonist Studios. They're not really all that public because a lot of our contracts are private contracts that come to us specifically. But that's that. And I can't say what other projects I've been working on. Have you ever gotten jobs through ArtStation? I have. Well, I've gotten job offers through ArtStation, but I haven't taken any. Not because they're shady, it's just because they always come at the worst times. But yes, I have gotten job offers through ArtStation from pretty big places too. It just depends on where they find you and how accessible your contact information is. So, I almost missed out on a really cool job because the guy that wanted to hire me couldn't find my email address because he didn't use Instagram and Twitter. And my email addresses are on there, but it's not so easy to find on my ArtStation. So he didn't know how to contact me. And someone else had to help him with that. But it's just a lesson for you to, make sure that if you want to get people to, if you want to be open for jobs, make sure your contact information is very easy to find. Not necessary, but it is good for some people. I think there are people that post, having a mentor figure are in a much better place because they got personalized feedback and, personal advice. But it's hard to come by those things. Come by good mentors and people that, are willing to offer that time and energy, and, it's tough to find someone who also matches your personality and stuff. But it ultimately, I think, depends on if you can find an artist you really want to mentor with. Don't just get any artist that's available. Really target people that you really want to be mentored by and see if they offer it, or, email them about it. But I think people have had pretty good experiences with mentorships, so I don't think they're necessarily bad decisions. I just don't think they're necessarily, you have to have one in order to, get a good education, I guess. Do I use hotkeys to switch brushes? Yes, but I've tied them to my tablet hotkeys. Not hotkeys, whatever the buttons on the tablet are called. I've tied them to those, so that's why I'm switching so fast. What one should do if they're not getting potential iteration ideas, and I've tried changing the ref board, but it gives me one or two iteration good ideas, and then I don't have any potentially interesting ideas. How big is your ref board? And how are you mixing up ideas? And you only get 2 ideas out of it? Okay, 1, your ref board should not be that big. 2, you don't get more than 2 ideas out of a 50 image ref board? I think is more of a problem of you getting too overwhelmed, and also maybe not utilizing your reference fully. You're taking pieces and you're putting 2 together. You're putting 1 and 1 together, but you're not trying out different potential versions of that same idea, right? If you say, let's think about it 2 different spices, right? You got spice A and you got spice B, right? And you got 1 pot. So maybe for 1 iteration you put half and half. Half spice A and spice B. Second iteration, you put a little bit more of spice A and maybe 20% spice B. And then another one you have like 60% or 70% spice B, and then, you know, whatever else is spice A. And then for one of them, you know, bring in a third spice. You put in A, B, and C. Oh, but then what if it's like predominantly C and then a little bit of B and A? What if you mix in, you know, like just put C and B together? What if you put A and C together? And then, you know, what if you have another pot where you mix in like, oh, well, here's spice D and spice F or whatever. And then you mix F and A, D and A, B, C, B, D, you know, and like within each, like, you know, cluster of references, you can get at least 2 or 3 ideas out of just one piece of reference, one, you know, group of it. If you know, utilize them and put them in different strengths and different percentages, and try to really milk a certain concept or idea for what it's worth, that's how you should be using your reference. You shouldn't be using it being like, okay, well, I use this one, so I can't really use it anymore, or like, oh, I have to come up with a totally new idea. Like, you can iterate on the same ideas and using the same reference, and you can just try and interpret it a different way. And you can, you know, throw in like just a slightly new ref board, or not, a slightly new reference, just to spice it up a little bit. But it's still like the same idea essentially. And then for the next one, try a totally new idea that still fits your character. If your character is like so well defined that you pretty much have an idea already, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, because you're not really designing a character. You're trying to retrofit new ideas into something you've already kind of decided the parameters for a little bit too much. Like, if you in your head already have like such a clear idea of the character, and that's the first thing you draw, and that's it, like, you don't endeavor to experiment more than that, your character premise might be way too specific. You might have just like figured out too much of the character already for the design to be, you know, for you to be willing to be influenced by literally anything else. So this could be a matter of you not using your references in a way that like you're not pushing yourself enough to break out of your comfort zone and really switch up your, you know, design sensibilities, try a whole new era of fashion, trying different references that maybe use architecture or bugs or something like that. You know, weapons or vehicles as inspiration. Maybe you're not mixing your references enough and trying out new combinations of each of your images. Maybe you're using way too many images and you're just kind of scrolling through, super overwhelmed by the sheer amount of stuff you've collected. Or your references are not actually all that interesting, and they're kind of just there because you were doing research, but they're not actually exciting you or adding new flavors to your idea. They might just be reaffirming the idea that you already settled on before you started designing the character. There are a ton of reasons why you might not be inspired by your ref board, but you still have to push yourself to try and endeavor to explore different ways that your character concept can be fulfilled, in ways that you might not have previously thought to be, you know, okay, or specifically thought to fit the character. This is the time when you should be trying out every idea, even if it doesn't fit. Nothing should not fit. Everything should be explored. And if you feel like you're starting to leave the limits of what you think is okay for a project, good. Now you're actually starting to design something for real. Because once you've started to explore other ways that a premise can take place, other ways for a certain character concept or a mold to be broken and reformed and rehashed, that's when you're actually exploring an idea. just drawing a character because you had an idea in your head is not character concepting. You're just designing a character. But if you actually want to be pushing a concept to its full limits, you have to be willing to let go of what your reference is telling you, and at the same time allowing your reference to re-inform your ideas for what this character could be. That's the point of doing all this research, of trying to, you know, compile these images out of things that aren't already in your head. It's because you're trying to push your own habits and ideas to the side so that you can be pushed to explore something new and interesting and unique that isn't from your head. Every time you draw a character, there's a good percentage of it that's coming straight from you, that's not necessarily coming from your reference. But when you build a ref board, attempt to design a character from images that you find that is based off of your research, that's an active effort to attempt to inform you, to attempt to teach you a new way to evaluate the same ideas. So if you're struggling to come up with a concept, you have to reevaluate how you're treating your references, how you're treating your ref board and your research, because you might be either relying on them way too much, not relying on them enough, or not pushing yourself to consider how many different ways your reference can apply to the character that you're trying to design. Anyways, I will hydrate with my boba. That's the tough part. That's why it's hard. That's why not everyone can be a concept or a character designer. That's why character design is an incredibly subjective field, because designing a character is not the same as drawing a character. It's not the same as having an idea and just drawing that idea down, right? Concept is much more demanding than that. You have to be willing to accept that you, as your idea exists, is so incomplete, so one-dimensional in comparison to what it could be, that the hours that you spend rehashing this idea, exploring it, pushing it to its limits, are the real, you know, ways that you're going to be able to find that one design that actually more explicitly and more kind of efficiently portrays your idea, conveys the concepts you're trying to share with this given character. That's why whenever people are like, yeah, I'm an illustrator and a character designer, it's like, do you just like character illustration, or do you actually want to be designing characters? Because they're two very different things. Designing is not a skill you learn when you are illustrating, and just because you like, you know, giving characters clothes, that is half kind of part of the equation, but to functionally design something is one of the hardest things to learn. It's one of the most difficult, most subjective skills that is so awful to try and contextualize. And no one can really show you what it means without a lot of personal investment, a lot of personal kind of soul searching. And that's what makes it difficult to quantify design as, you know, something that has a process, something that has like a tangible result and a, you know, point A, point B equals point C kind of a deal. It's a nightmare. But that's kind of why it's cool and interesting and fun and hard and difficult and disgusting. So, you know. What is Bulba? I'll call it Bulba from now, in honor of you, Mr. Vader. Like Bulbasaur. How do you find energy to draw when you've been exhausted? If I'm tired, I won't draw. But I generally think that, there are times when I'm tired, but I also just miss drawing a lot. Like, now that I work, I draw very little for myself, and that's usually where I find the most amount of joy. So, there are times when I'll get off work and I'll just feel like, you know what, I don't have energy for anything else, but I do have energy to kind of sit down and draw today. But I make that choice as I'm you know, figuring out how I'm feeling. Because if I'm too tired and I just kind of want to zone out or watch a YouTube video, like, I'll do that. I'm not going to force myself to draw when I am, you know, basically burnt out. But, no, depends on how I'm feeling. Boba tea. It's cute. I like it. My little throat noises. How long did you work on Dota 2 stuff, if you don't mind me asking? They contracted me in the, like, May-ish, like, around the beginning of May. And then, I think I started talking to them in February, and they contracted me, in either late March or early May, and then, I kind of worked with them until, like, November. So I think that was kind of how that worked out. No, this way. I'm glad you liked it. I look back on those pieces with slight cringe and fondness. I really enjoyed working with that team. Oops. Oh, the Dota 2 show on Netflix, very gory, but pretty good actually. Me and my partner Gary were very surprised that we actually really enjoyed it. I have been eating my vegetables, drinking water. I've been trying to do that. I've actually started trying to I have this like cup that is big enough for one of my little special ice. I really like ice, if you don't know this about me. I really like crunching on ice. My friend says this because I have an iron deficiency, but I really like crunching on ice, and I used to eat these little tiny ice cubes. But we have a little specialty ice tray that we had for, like, when we made alcoholic drinks and stuff. And it makes the ice into like a round ball, but the ball is way too big for any of our cups. And so her mom recently gave her these cups that like are like, they're normal size cups, but they can finally fit the damn ice cubes. So I started to drink out of those like bigger cups so that I can use the round ice cubes. And if I drink enough water, which usually is about like 2 or 3 cups of water, the ice cube will melt enough for me to eat it, and it's a very satisfying snack. So I've started using it as a reward system for like drinking water, because it doesn't really melt all that quickly if it's just like sitting there, so I have to put it in water. I have only really, I think, drank vodka because I can put fruit juice and other stuff in it. I really don't like the taste of alcohol. If it tastes anything remotely like beer or grain, I'll spit it out. It's so gross. But I've been sort of, I guess, I'm sort of okay with like fruity drinks, so my roommate and I have been, or had at a certain point, been making like this little pink drink that we called it pink drink because it was pink. It's like, I think it was like raspberry vodka, a cherry soda, and I think it was like cherry sparkling water, and like some kind of fruit lemonade. It was very good, actually. But that's just because it was like an egregious amount of fruit lemonade and the cherry soda and then a little bit of alcohol. I don't know if I've had like soju alone, so I don't really know if it tastes like anything, but I've had drinks mixed with it and it's not terrible, but also not my favorite. Top 5 character designs? I really like the characters from, I really like Latch from Lethal League, and the main character's design from Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I think those 2 designs by Team Reptile were gorgeous, amazing. Who else? I really like Ashitaka and San's design from Princess Mononoke. I think they were probably one of his best. What else? I like Joker's design from Persona 5. It's kind of hard. I don't know. I don't really like designs of other characters very much, and I don't really know if I can think of any that I like because of their design. I mostly like characters because of their personality and like how they are in the story, but design-wise, I don't know. I'm usually ambivalent to a lot of them. Hard part about getting art jobs most require like 3 years of experience. I'd say apply to those even if they say that, because that's kind of like HR speak for like we don't really want to hold your hand, but like if you have a good portfolio, like they don't really mind. People working in teams are more than happy to like help you if it's your first gig, and as long as your portfolio is good, like they don't really care. So I'd say apply to those jobs anyway. I was contacted for my first in-house job because I mainly worked contract. So I didn't really apply for it, really. But it's kind of the same thing. I didn't really have any experience. Their kind of expectations were for like a mid-level to principal concept artist, and I didn't really have any work experience, but they took me in anyway.
Peach, I heard you were very loud outside. What's wrong with you, huh? You just want attention? I'll make sure to let your dad know that you were very loud today and very chirpy. Peach. I think she just wants attention. Miss Peach, if you would sit on my table, I'd give you scratches all day, but you don't like sitting on your blanket.
No, I didn't. I just got lazy. This isn't a strange question, but is it worth it to work myself to the bone in high school to improve my art? Like, I have been told by several people that working as an artist is hard, so I need to work really hard to be exceptionally good, but at the same time, if all I do is focus on art, I just stop functioning. I'd say that, art is a very personal process, and, just because you work really hard, doesn't necessarily, well, I don't really know how exciting or encouraging this is going to be, but it's like, what's important is not necessarily working hard, it's about working smart, right? It's about being able to kind of minimize the busy work that you're doing to get the same amount of benefit as a couple, days or weeks really maximizing your time, and learning the right lessons. And it's kind of hard when you're younger because you don't really know yourself as well as you will, and you kind of are sort of in the dark because a lot of people don't make content for high schoolers, and so you're at the precipice of potentially getting access to a lot of more real, serious information, but you are kind of in a state of uncertainty. Being a high schooler is kind of a very tumultuous time. I'd say don't work yourself to the bone, because as artists, our tools of the trade is just as much our physical health as our mental health and our technical skills. Like, being good at art is not enough. You also have to be in a state that you can perform and, get that art out and think clearly and communicate with people, and you have to be healthy enough to sustain working your hours and handling assignments and being able to do all that stuff. And if your health declines because you are trying really hard to do your due diligence, you might be pushing yourself in the wrong direction. We have to be just as careful with how we are feeling and what our health is like, because a tired mind can't come up with good ideas, and a frail body can't survive working hours. So I'd say don't push yourself because someone else told you that you have to work harder than ever just to be good enough. I'd say that since you're in high school, you still have quite a lot of time to be, working and putting in that effort and doing what you are currently doing, which is really good to hear that you are serious about it. But you have time to kind of live a little bit and enjoy high school, and yet still in your time that you designate to art, really try and focus on developing the skills of what you actually want to be drawing, and looking and researching into ways that you can achieve certain stylistic goals and stuff. I'd say there's too much pressure on high schoolers for some reason. I felt this when I was in high school as well, of like you kind of want to be ready but by the time you're out of high school, it's really unrealistic. You have a lot of time left to be at a point where you're ready for the industry. Even if a lot of people say like, oh, it's hard work, you have to be better than the rest. Like, maybe if you are going for something super competitive, but at the same time, like, there are plenty of jobs out there, and the bar for skill level is actually not as high as you might think it is. People get work. People get pretty consistent work, and yes, it's a struggle because a lot of people are getting into art right now, but as long as you keep up that push for improvement, you keep trying to improve yourself, you can do that without destroying your health and your life. I really don't think killing yourself over it is worth it. Because if you burn out before you even get to a point where you are mature enough to, learn certain lessons, and if you kill yourself before you get to a point when you can actually start learning from people who are going to give you way better advice than you're hearing when you're in high school, and give you way better lessons and way better, critique and information, you just won't have the energy to act on those things. So no, I don't think you should be pushing yourself that hard. I think it's really good that you care and that you've decided for yourself that you really want to do this, you're willing to do it. But it's not worth, spending the time that you actually have to be free and to, grow into yourself more, and spend that basically punishing yourself for something that you have time to learn to do. So yes and no. I don't agree with the people that told you that art is so hard that you need to kill yourself for it. But I think it's really good that you're motivated, and I want you to feel like you should do it if you want to. But something I've learned now that I've gone through, being that kind of ruthless high school student who really wanted to be good enough, and I kind of eschewed a lot of life stuff, which I don't necessarily regret because I'm not much of a social person, but I eschewed a lot of living for a while, and I'm 23 now, and it took me about 10 years of doing freelance and working all through high school for me to realize I am sometimes way too, my brain, from days and years of not sleeping enough, of not being healthy enough, of always being stressed out, I have physical, mental limitations, and I have a permanently destroyed shoulders, muscles, bones. I have chronic things that I've developed because I pushed myself so hard so young, and my brain is fried sometimes because I just spent so long when I was in high school trying to make up for quote-unquote lost time, because I thought, oh, well, I need to be ready. Everyone else can take their time, but I have to be ready. It's no. And now I'm where a lot of people are. In fact, I'm not even necessarily ahead of the curve, I think, for some people. And it's fine. I've got the rest of my life to keep learning these things. I've got the rest of my career to keep growing my skill set. And high school is not the D-Day. It's not the arena for you to push yourself to the limits, because you're going to realize later on that sometimes you're just not ready for certain things, and art is very much dependent on who you are. So you can live a little. It's okay. And you can also tell all the people that are forcing you to do this that I wholeheartedly give them a big F you. Because that is absolutely very dangerous to tell someone when they're desperate and need help and advice. I sincerely, vehemently disagree with people who think that you have to push yourself to succeed. I think that sometimes that level of crunch and that level of desperation is necessary in certain circumstances. But if you're just a kid and you're just trying to enjoy art and learn how to do it and make it your passion, you don't have to drill this insane anxiety into yourself so early. It's so pointless. Yes, Peach. I heard her squeak. There was a raid and I didn't see who raided. But thank you. I think? Thank you for the host or the raid? One of those. I need to find the thing. Is there a difference to your method when it's creature design instead of costume? Yes. But I don't do creature design, so... Why do you think more people are getting into art, and what would be the ramifications of a more saturated art industry? More people are getting into art, I think, because people are starting to realize... Okay, this is kind of coming with the whole, like, validation of games as a social... kind of like a pillar of people's like social aspirations. Like, I remember a time when games was seen as an extremely weird thing to be into. Like, and I mean, I'm young, right, in comparison. Like, people remember times when it was almost dangerous to be into games and into that kind of stuff. But now, like, being a gamer is one of the most influential things you can be. Some of the top influencers today are famous because they played certain games. And esports is now something that is breaking in billions of dollars. Games has never been more in the spotlight than I think it is right now. In the global, normie spotlight, right? Not just to people that are into that kind of stuff, not just people who are into the entertainment industry, but like for the vast majority of people. And so now a lot of artists are starting to recognize, like, games are starting to get into animation. Animation's starting to get even more and more recognition. Like, things are starting to turn for younger creatives, and a lot more people are getting into specifically games, as more and more schools are starting to validate game art as an actual major. Before, game art used to just be like designing board games. Like, you didn't get to do character concept. There wasn't a major for it. And then suddenly all the bigger schools like Art Center, but also there were concept art forums and stuff like that too. But Art Center and places like that suddenly started having entertainment design and, you know, that kind of stuff. And it became even more valid for artists, younger students, to start getting into the entertainment industry as a whole, as a part of their education. And now we're at a point where that stuff is kind of widespread. No longer do you have to go to a super niche school to get that kind of education. Now you can kind of get it almost anywhere. And more creatives are now online. Like, there's been an influx of, you know, industry names that have started getting into Instagram and Twitter and stuff, and now they seem more accessible, and there's a lot more information and in general education about the process of game design, the process of game art, and people more than ever are interested in getting into it. It's starting to have rules and structures and pathways and a career. Like, there was a time when certain careers in games didn't really have a path into them. You couldn't learn how to get into tech art. You couldn't learn how to specialize in you know, game art or concept or characters or environments. Like, you kind of just did everything if you wanted to be a part of it. But now specialization is so much easier to obtain and so much easier to be hired for that a lot of people are starting to get into it. And a lot of kids grew up drawing characters. A lot of kids grew up watching animated shows and interacting with this kind of media and playing games, and now it's actually okay to do that, and it's actually a lot more popular to do that. And so we now have a whole generation of people who grew up in a world where suddenly there's so much access to information about this kind of thing. You can look up things like, you know, concept art and digital art and stuff, and everyone had an iPad more than they had a Wacom tablet or a Huon tablet, and now everyone's gotten into art. Procreate has made art accessible for a lot of people, and more people are getting into digital art because they have Apple products and stuff like that. That's a whole nother culture of people, a whole nother subset of people that would have never really gotten into digital art unless they had access to that. And so there's suddenly this boom of people, this boom of normal people, not a part of the entertainment industry, never interested in it, that can suddenly be a part of it. And it's an interesting job. Like, getting into making video games for a living is cool to a lot of people because it doesn't feel like a real corporate job. It is, don't get me wrong, it absolutely is. There's a ton of politics with video games, but to the normal person, it doesn't feel like a normal desk job. It feels like I can actually like make cool things that I played when I was a kid. Like, yeah, I'll do that. So here we are in this massive kind of influx of people wanting to get into games, wanting to get into anything to do with entertainment art. And what that saturation will do, I'm not necessarily sure. But I think what it's going to do is that there are always more jobs coming in and being created and studios being created than, you know, typically we see. There are tons of studios out there that we don't really acknowledge. Third-party, contract-based studios that do work for hire stuff. There are tons of those studios out there, but most artists don't aim for those studios because it's not as prestigious as working at, you know, a big AAA company that typically, most often, don't do most of their work in-house. They contract that out. So artists can go and join those, and there are tons of those types of studios. So, you know, you're kind of, I don't know, I think it kind of balances itself out in a way. I will say, depending on what is most popular, which tends to be character concept, a lot of people like doing that kind of stuff. That does kind of make competition for bigger companies much harder. They tend to have a much more ruthless, a little bit more cutthroat, I guess, process for being hired and then also staying in a company. I've heard stories where if a character or skin release doesn't do well, the person who headed that release gets fired. Like, they have higher standards, and the amount of eyes on that project are exponentially larger than they were, you know, 10 years ago. So bigger companies are going to get harder and harder to get into. They're going to be more competitive, and it might also either, I don't know, negatively or positively impact the way that those companies are run. Because some companies know that they can take advantage of people, and people will literally fall on the sword to make sure they get into that company. They don't care if they're taking a pay cut. They don't care if they're being misrepresented or being mistreated, as long as they get to work there. And bigger companies prey on that in a way, because why not? It's easy kind of cheap money for more labor than you would have gotten out of someone who kind of knows what they're doing. So there's that, but then there's also, like, you know, more people are a lot more knowledgeable about what's going on in the industry, a lot more willing to call things out and be, you know, responsive and responsible in those situations. And so we might see a big shift in companies actually becoming more and more safe in terms of how the workplace is. Because the video games industry, from my perspective and how I've been hearing stories about it from my, you know, coworkers and stuff, was a place where you kind of just accepted what came to you, and it was a very volatile place to work at, because there were no rules. It very much modeled itself off of the tech industry, and there's nothing protecting you there. Nowadays, there are way more people very aware when devs and other people in a company are being exploited, and that forces companies to be a little bit more aware of how they're treating their employees. That was absolutely not a thing they cared about beforehand. So who knows? Maybe this influx of people could actually do something really cool for the industry. Maybe it'll actually force companies to be a lot more, you know, in tune with their employee health. I think a lot of the newer companies that are coming out now tend to have a much better grasp on, like, employee happiness and generally caring about their benefits and their pay and all that kind of stuff a lot more. But there's also a lot of seedy under stuff that hasn't changed, that won't change as easily, because that's just how it's been for like 20 years, 20, 30 years. And you still have those people working. So how are they going to treat the new people? How are new students going to treat themselves or allow themselves to be treated when they come into these companies? It's a lot of questions I don't really have answers to, because I also haven't been here for very long. But just kind of based on what I've been hearing in general, it's just a lot more competitive now. It's definitely harder to get those positions at those really fancy places, but there are also a lot of new jobs popping up from smaller studios. So if you're someone that's looking to get a job, I recommend expanding your search outside of just those AAA companies whose games you play every day. Like, you might want to work at Riot, and I'm not saying that Riot is unattainable. I think it's actually a little bit more attainable depending on what skill sets you have and how you approach it, but it's still a pretty cutthroat kind of place, and a lot of people want to work there. Not just artists, but programmers and QA people and producers and everything like that. But the industry is bigger than just one company. They're bigger than 5 companies. There's way more people now creating companies, working in places, creating projects, and you kind of just have to keep your eyes open for all those opportunities. And I think students now more than ever are getting education that is way better than anything anyone else had prior to like 2014. Because the internet's available now. So you're getting access to industry professionals and their classes and their, art books and everything way earlier than any of these people got them. So you might be more prepared for the industry than anyone has ever been if you are, getting into art now. Gana, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for 10 months. How quick did you graduate college or university? I dropped out. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat. Will there be a way to rewatch the feedback sessions on Class 101 course? We are going to be posting them onto the channel. I'm just confirming with the with my manager from Class 101 on our process for that. So yes, please expect that. I'm hoping by next week. If you're talking about Arcane, Arcane was made by Fortiche. How important do you think it is to have a single established style for working with character designs? I like to experiment with various styles, but I don't know if it's good for a portfolio. Yeah, I'd say different styles is actually pretty good. It shows, depth and variation, and also an interest in matching styles. So you could actually show a lot of really good skill sets if you showcase that you can draw in a ton of different styles. I'd say it depends on what kind of industry you're working for or working in. If you're working more in animation, a simpler style is probably better because it shows that you understand the limitations of the craft. If you're working in games, you can get a little bit more detailed because, you're not remaking the character every time they're moving and such. But also knowing, or being aware of the scope of the game that you're trying to design for. Realistic, PBR, are you doing one that's very abstract and indie? Is it very artsy? Is it very technical? All that kind of stuff. The genre is also important. A lot of games have guns in them. A lot of games are sci-fi based in some way. Are very combat heavy, and so might want to consider making sure that your project has those types of things. Style-wise, though, for games is a little bit more open. Film is a little bit harder because, again, if you're doing live action, there's a lot of limitations with live action and having to make sure all the costumes are right, so it does depend on what industry you're going for. Do you have any recommendations for where to look for jobs? I'm having trouble with that right now. I know that Indeed, LinkedIn, ArtStation all have job openings, sections. You could keep tabs on certain artists. Like, if you go on Twitter and you notice certain artists getting, opening for, hey, I have a position at X place, usually for animators, you could try that. Let's see. I don't really know where other people post their things. LinkedIn and Indeed are one of the ones that I know the best. I think there's another one I'm forgetting that's very obvious and very popular, but I don't remember what it is. I thought Fiverr was something where you got jobs because someone contacted you. But I don't know. I mean, you can advertise your service there and just put in your real prices. Like, you don't have to steep so low to